Sebas, listen here, you little fucking chuckle fuck. I swear to God, you didn't. You didn't. There's no way. Oh my fucking God, it's gone. It's gone, you motherfucker. Oh my God, all right. Too bad, Stinky. All right, we'll be back in a minute. I actually got 15 seconds. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Well then, good morning, chats. Good morning. I'm starting just before the commercial break. I will explain, don't worry, I will explain. I was gonna tell you. Yeah, 15 seconds early. 15 seconds early. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. And wait. Oh my God, is Ordain dead? Is Ordain okay? Ah, that'll do. What a gift. Can't say they never gave us anything. Hey, guess what, Chucklefucks? I have two good news. So I added, just before stream, I added it to Throne because I was watching Azure and I was like, I want it. And Azure mentioned Throne. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. So I added a $60. I know the game is $70. I was doing things. Damn it. Hi, Ordain. Hey, nobody's redeemed it yet. It's still there. Go ahead, Chant. I'll wait. Go ahead. No, everybody's waiting. All right, chat. Everybody's sit and wait for Ordain to do his thing. Oh, it was redeemed? Wait, what? Oh, you did it while we were still on the other thing. Oh, shit. Never mind then. Never mind. I am sorry, Ordain. They took it from you. Widowmaker took it from you. I did no such thing. I know you didn't. Somebody else did. That's what I was saying. But, so before stream, I added Digimon Time Stranger to Throne just as like a, like one of the cash gifts. And, wait, I was actually supposed to set it as a, what was it? The, where you could do it like in intervals, but I just realized, I think I forgot to do that. But I guess it doesn't matter at this point. I realized I didn't set it to the intervals thing because I don't remember clicking that setting. But apparently Sebas just paid for the whole thing of getting it, but it's $94 to me. Oh my God. So the reason I had set it to $60 instead of its full $70 price is because I think it was it was 2 days ago. I redeemed one of the smaller spooky games that I had bought, or not redeemed, refunded. One of the spooky games I had bought a couple weeks ago. And so I have $10 on my Steam balance. I was like, I'm not going to make them pay the full price if I have $10 on my Steam balance. So now I need to wait for the Throne payout for that. And then we're going to have Digimon. This week, chats. We're going to have Digimon this week. I will be seeing you Friday nights, Saturday nights, and Sunday morning. We have time this week, baby. We have time this week. Poor Sunstar thinking he was going to have the weekend off. Oh, you poor man. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, but time for what this week? We're going to be playing Digimon if Throne behaves and cashes out this week. Because sometimes Throne is really fucking annoying and will be like, it's going to take a couple days. And then the weekend rolls around and it's like, all right, it's going to have to wait until Monday. You're building Legos. Ooh. What kind of Legos? So many bonks I never knew I had. Listen. I found out yesterday. I only found out yesterday. 40 streak numerology says this is where I die. C'est la vie. All right, Lucian. It was nice knowing you. Well, obviously, what other kind of Legos are there? Okay, don't look at my meat Lego collection. Don't look at my meat Lego collection. That's mine. You can't have it. You can't have it. Ships, perhaps, Ordain? I'm waiting for Ordain to eventually evolve into Dutch mercantile ship miniatures We're going to find out at some point when Ordain reaches like the ripe age of like 60 plus. He is going to start making Dutch mercantile models. More bonks, better learning. True. Meat Legos, you have Yana's wife. You can't say that, Lucian. You can't say that. Hectic's gonna turn Eleanor into Meat Legos. All right, hold on. Where is this? Where is this thingamadoohickey? Media share. Oh, wait, that's actually kind of cool. I did not know they made something like that. I did not know Legos had a mineral set that basically was just sets that kind of look like cool minerals. Honestly, though, I think I would rather collect the actual minerals. Just got my RAM and installed it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How much RAM you up to? How much RAM you up to? It's new. Came last Wednesday. Oh. He's busy writing Mage Gears. Oh. Damn, that's gonna feel nice, baby. That's gonna feel real nice. I think I'm running 32. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm running 32 gigs of RAM. Honestly, I think though I may want to do I want to upgrade that before the move? What's your pleasure? What's your fear? I downloaded more RAM onto Carnival's PC. No! No, my baby! I just dusted her yesterday. I also have 32. I need more. I'd like to have more because usually it'll make it a little more stable, especially with like games now like constantly being a mess. And it's also like right now my RAM is kind of the only bottleneck for this PC. The CPU is awesome. The GPU is fantastic. Although it's weird. It's weird not remembering exactly what's in my PC. Hold on. Let me go ahead and just take the plate off the front here because I think it actually says what's in it. Oh yeah, i7 14700 KF processor, RTX 4070 Ti graphics, 32 gigs of DDR5 memory, and a Z790 chipset. Thanks, Ironside, even though you won't sponsor me. You don't even have to give me the PC like you've done with a bunch of the other streamers. I just like your shit. Let me partner with you, Ironside. God damn it. Also, there's a tray in the bottom here. Huh. I just realized that. That's kind of cool. There's a... I don't think it's supposed to be a hidden compartment, but it feels like a hidden compartment inside my PC. That's kind of crazy. Wait. Oh, no, I shouldn't do that. I was like, I have a cleaner kit. Like, what's like a PC cleaner and like keyboard cleaner kits. And I think it fits in there. But if I put it in there, I'm going to forget it before I move. And that bitch is going to rattle around there and possibly cause damage. All right. Here we go. Had to put the plate back on. It's a magnetic plate on the front. It's really cool. Ironside PCs, guys. If you're looking for a pre-built PC or you want to build a custom one that you would rather have somebody else build for you, Ironside, they got 5-year warranties. It's great. 5-year full replacement. What happened with the customer? They freeze on the diving boards and therefore I am required to drop kick them. I am not sponsored. I am not sponsored by Ironside. I just like their stuff and they're a Texas-based company. And they let me come and pick up my computer in person. If y'all are new, y'all probably don't know the catastrophe that happened to get this PC. My old PC is also right next to me. One day it got like fried after a thunderstorm to the point where I literally opened it and the one of the power cables to the CPU was fucking black. Like burnt black. I don't mean black connection. So we weren't able to stream. It wouldn't boot up. It wouldn't do anything. So we had to stop for a while. I didn't have the money for a PC. I had like a chunk of money for eventually getting a new PC sometime soon, TM at the time. But this one was just completely fried. Didn't work, didn't boot. And my community was fucking awesome. All of y'all were fucking awesome. And what was it? Y'all rallied like $800 plus dollars. I don't remember exactly. $1,000 plus maybe. And we were able to get in contact with Ironside. They actually popped into my DMs on Twitter when I had mentioned like I was looking at their stuff, how fast like would some of these things take. And I was talking to their rep in DMs, and they were like, if you get a pre-built one, it can be done in like a day. If you get a custom one, it'll take probably like 2 days. And I was like, okay, I'm in Texas. What if I drive to pick it up? They're like, oh, we can work on something like that. And so eventually I ordered, this is their Model O. This is a pre-built one that they sell. And I sent the rep my like, what was it? My order number and stuff, my information on that. And I think it was, I ordered it while laying in bed, and I was just lazing around because I didn't have anything to do. And not 2 hours later, I get another message from the rep, and he's like, your PC's ready to pick up. Okay. So I drove my happy ass to Austin. To go pick up that PC. I looked at the shipping prices. Otherwise, it was going to be my choice before this PC. Yeah, it's the shipping price is international. For a PC is where it's going to get you. If you're working on a PC, you need to figure out something in your country, because shipping technology international is a pain. That's not to mention sometimes these PC places, when they ship your PC international, they will crate it. They won't just box it. They will crate it. Oh, I was so happy to walk my happy ass in there. And I was like, the guy was like, oh, do you need us to get a dolly for the piece? I was like, no, I can carry it. And he was just nice enough to open the door for me when I carried it out to my car. This thing's pretty big too. I think it's taller than my old PC, but it's definitely not wider. Maybe I need to get a PC. Listen, Ironside's a great company. And maybe if you're in Texas, you may be able to go pick it up yourself too. Otherwise, they ship it to you. Please end me. What happened, Jade? What's the deal? What's the problem today? What's the problem today? Wait, what is this? Oh, is this somebody talking about being a picky eater? I'm sitting here, somebody I follow like retweeted something about kids menu burger versus adult burger. Huh? But yeah, it's apparently people are now arguing over being picky eaters. Don't be picky eaters. You're cowards. You are cowards. If you are 30 years old and you are getting chicken tenders and french fries at a not chicken tender place, we need to talk. We need to talk. You can't go doing that. You're full because of a mistake. Anyway, job sucks. So wait, what mistake did you make? Why would they give you an earful? Hold on. Hold on. I found the tweet that I need to send to Kono. It's evident. Evident made a tweet that's like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but do not hook up with people at TwitchCon. Hi, Squash. I do what I want. Are you hooking up with people at TwitchCon though, Sunstar? Be honest. Chicken. I like chicken too. I like fried chicken just as much, if not more, than most people. But goddamn, if I show up to an Italian place, get like the chicken parmesan or something if you want your chicken tendies. Or if you're like, do you have a burger? Just get like some veal pasta or something. It's fine. No. It's not flat art. It's just a goofy all text tweet. Who goes to TwitchCon for tail? Kono. Kono goes to TwitchCon for Tail, and he's admitted that. I could send flat art to Kono. I have my own flat art. Misplaced the chicken meat during delivery in dry storage, and they had to dump it. So you put a box of chicken meat in the dry storage. Jade. It's meat. Meat always has to go in a refrigerated section or freezer section, depending on your place. Do you not read the boxes you're carrying? Jade. Do you just go throw boxes in places? The boxes usually look different. This is the thing with staying alert when you're doing work like that. My goodness. Jade. Tell him you're sleep deprived. Whenever he comes in to yell at you, tell him you're sleep deprived because you've been overworked. Ah, there's Kono. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. That's bullshit, Mr. Lawyer. I know you can read. I know you can read because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to review that partner application. Delivery happens after my night shift, so I'm tired as hell. My hobby is fucking women? That's not a hobby. That's being a predator, Kono. That's prowling, sir. That is not a hobby. Yes, Jade, just use that as your excuse. That you are constantly exhausted. How do you think you're alive? Because my dad's a fucking weirdo? And a creep? What does that have to do with anything? I think, therefore I am. That is also true. I'm not letting the aces judge me. Too fucking bad, princess. Too bad. You did not need to go to conventions to get tail. 1, because it's pathetic. 2, because that's not the fucking theme of it. And 3, Mr. Nympho. I hate it. It's gross. Stop it. Into what? The cooch. The cooch, mister. Well, that apple fell pretty far from the tree. True. Thank God. Thank God. It was an aversion thing. It's also why I don't drink that often, because my dad's an alcoholic. Oh my God. No, Grins. No. Absolutely not. But yeah, apparently now there's an argument on Twitter of people of picky eaters trying to defend themselves while other people absolutely roast him. God, fucking. There's apparently an argument between burgers of people being like, I don't like pickles, tomatoes, onions, or lettuce on my burger. Oh, so basically you like the saddest, like, McDonald's children's hamburger. From digging himself deeper, feels like a Victorian child trying to hold back a Tibetan Mastiff. I don't know. I think I could still get Kono on the grounds. At conventions, it's absolutely a place to find like-minded people. It definitely is. But you go there and hook up with people for one-night stands, Mr. Konotomo. The only thing you leave at fucking conventions is your jism on some woman's chin. How about we just put all the sex havers in their own convention, aka the pit? We keep our conventions. Careful what Kono wishes for. Listen, if Kono's wishes came true, every woman on the planet or every person that represented them would be absolutely brain-meltingly hot. Since July. Hey, Kono! Kono, that was 3 months ago, Kono. When was the last convention you went to, Kono? Was it July? Was it July, Kono? Uh-huh. Chuckle fuck. Kono is starving. He's wasting away over here. He needs the poussoir. Kono is wasting away over here without his convention poussoir. Hi, Soul Reaper. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. It didn't hook up was in fact last year's TwitchCon. I can imagine why. I can imagine why. The poussoir, yes. Just like it's legitimate quoi. It's poussoir. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Kono, I can imagine why you didn't get any poussoir at last year's TwitchCon, and it's because you were walking around with the world's greatest contraceptive. Well, look at you. I've had 3-day anime cons where I've hooked up with 4 girls. Yeah, I know, Kono. You've told me. Ready for pain. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good name. Good name. All right, I guess nobody's ever going to see Kono at TwitchCon because he's going to be too busy getting it on in his private hotel room. God, why is there a line of ladies going down this hallway at the Tipton? Oh, that's Kono's room. Oh. You want to go embarrass him? about to walk in there with like spray bottles full of something. I don't know what it's going to be. Don't worry, it's not going to be piss or bodily fluids like that. It's going to be something that probably smells funny. You know what? It's going to be gamer subs. We're going to have a spray bottle full of gamer subs we're going to hose Kono down with. Kono, you're going to be at the Marriott's? I wonder if this is time to break out the Marriott Platinum card. My family has the Marriott Platinum card. My dad was very renowned at Marriott hotels. To the point where when my name shows up on the rosters at a Marriott hotel, they tend to kind of lose their shit because my legal name is still basically my dad's name. This is my this is my title fight. Oh my god. Good luck. You'll probably need it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if who ends up the meme of like the dried alien husk on the side of the bed. The lawyer man doth protest too much. I don't know if he's protesting. I don't think he's protesting. Also, that wheeze hurt my side. I don't know what happened. Now my side fucking hurts. Ow. Ow, why? Is the goal of TwitchCon to blue ball Kono? Yes. Yes, it is. Me walking 2 feet behind Kono carrying a sign that says he has herpes. Is J Cupster greater? What the fuck? I have a clean bill of health. I know, but they don't know that. I know that. Strangers don't know that, Kono. And just like I said, the goal is... Weasel? Weasel? What was that, Weasel? Care to explain, mister? What did you do? What have you done, Weasel? Have you been here this whole time and didn't follow? I don't want a thin boy, Kono. I want to have a good time and see my friends at TwitchCon. And probably make some business dealings. Which is also why I'm not going to TwitchCon until I have a partner. Because so help me God, if I see a person flick to my fucking badge and then back to me and then give me the, ew, it's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight. I said I did not follow. Oh, is it one of the follow? Oh, is it one of like the follow emotes? Ooh. It could be one of the like free follow emotes.
Emotional damage.
Hi, Giselle. Thank you for the bits. A boss is strictly here for business. I'm here for fun and business. I'm here for fun and business. Plus, I'm probably going to make some business cards next before I go to a convention again. And I'm going to do the annoying thing of just leaving them everywhere. Everywhere. That's just going to be sitting on nearly every booth that I think is neat or cool. Should I put a cell phone number on there? I probably shouldn't put a cell phone number on my business card, right? Just an email. Direct all A cups to Kono. Yeah, we'll start finding the girls that are definitely overcoming eating disorders. It's been fun so far, but Kono, you also go with money. You have the money to go and like blow a lot of money and exorbitantly on things to guarantee that you and people around you have fun. I would basically right now, I would always have to go to TwitchCon on a budget. I would likely also not be able to set the money aside from the monthly amount I make from Twitch. If they have enough ass or muscles to do it, no skinning. That's exactly it, Kono. All the skinning. I was gonna say, I know how much you blow on people for like, you buy drinks for people at bars and stuff every TwitchCon. But it's like, I don't have the money to throw around for that. I would have to budget. Like, I'd probably show up to TwitchCon with only like $200, $300 of spending money at most. And all of that's going to be for food. If somebody told me I had to pay a cover charge to go to a party, I'm not going to that party. People know, women, yes. Okay, but that, I mean, weren't you buying drinks for the friends? For some of the friend groups in some places? Pay weird for TwitchCon so Mary could buy you things? That would be so fucking goofy for Kono to just be like, all right, here's money. You have to buy me a gift with this money. God, wait, isn't that just husband shit? Isn't that just like, I don't know. I thought somebody was telling me you were buying drinks for the group. And now that I think about it, it was all of the femme friends. You should buy a drink for a man for shits and giggles. Actually, you should buy a drink for Red Claw. That's who you need to buy a drink for. Kono husbanding? Impossible. I went to first TwitchCon last year. That's fucking neat. I have never got to go. I went to my very first convention ever, which was WeebCon in Texas. Not this previous one, but the one before it. I had a terrible time. For Sai, but he doesn't drink. Buy him a Virgin Shirley Temple next time. Buy him a Virgin Shirley Temple. Sounds like Kono's the embodiment of horny on main. That is correct. Kono's brand is goofy lawyer man, bottom energy 90% of the time, except the 1% that he's in the bedroom with someone else where no one else can look at him or demean him in any fashion. And I forgot what was good. Oh yeah, boobs. I forgot what the third one was. It was boobs. The CEO of gooning? No, Kono is beyond gooning. Kono is ascended beyond gooning. He fucks. Kono is not a pathetic gooner like the people on the internet. Kono gets bitches. Nothing's wrong with boobs, but Kono's part of Kono's personality about like, hold on. I wish I had the graph from like Lilo and Stitch where it's like, this is how evil you are. This is how much you like boobs. It's a little high for someone of your stature. That's correct. Kono likes giving women a good time. Which is probably why once me and Kono start hanging out, he's not going to buy me drinks. His special interest is boobs. Man can tell the cup size at a glance. Hey, just because my ass is fat does not mean you only have to buy a drink for the ass, okay? I know that's not what you meant. I just thought it was funny. I'm buying $500 dinners for them when they're adult models. What? Yes, boss. Good, Impy. There's only one kind of goon in these quarters. Hi, Mungo. The BJ shot to someone for the giggles. That'd be interesting. Or worse, a cement mixer. On dinner for 6 fancy girls. I'm not surprised, Kono. Sector, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. Because getting pegged by big muscular women doesn't count as fucking. Kono doesn't have a, but well, I mean, I suppose, what is it, the fiance? Only one kind of goon. Yeah, you'll tell him, boss. You're damn right. You tell him, boss. We got you, boss. You understand it, boss? I've never been pegged. We can rearrange it. Not with me. That's not a promise from me. That's we'll talk to the partner. Maybe we can work a deal out. Lie all you want. I've never seen how you act around Vampy and sighing. True. Is there enough proper gooning going on in here? I don't know just yet. I don't think the goon meter has actually hit levels of proper. What the fuck? Wait, why did that just start? What?
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Weasel, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm going back to work. Thank you for the warning. By the way, love you, boo. Boo! Thank you. Have a good day at work. I'm going to be drop kicking customers at a water park shortly. But yeah, do we need to go back to talking about the picky eaters thing? Chance, if you're gonna eat at a restaurant, you should always eat something at that restaurant that they specialize in. If you go to an Italian place, you're not gonna ask for a fucking cheeseburger. Just get the veal parmesan or something. Good fucking lord, dude. Sorry, I saw a thing and I was like, ugh, tired of seeing the thing. I lost my train of thought. Oh, the restaurant. Tell that to anyone picky eating children. Children are fine. Children can be picky. That is totally fine. It's when you make it to your late 20s and into your 30s and you're still just eating meat and cheese burgers and chicken tenders and pepperoni pizza at most is where you get concerned. Yes, this is a USA thing. This is an American thing mostly. Because I'm not even joking, and I've told y'all this before. I had a roommate my junior year at college. This was when I transferred to my second university. I had a roommate. I was the oldest person out of the 4 of us in this dorm. He was a freshman, like less than 5 feet tall, short buzz cut, drove a lifted 90s pickup truck like a dueling. Buddy had to get a ladder to get into his own truck. And he would eat nothing but meat, cheese, and bread. And I don't mean like good fancy cheese or like a baguette or anything. This man would go to Whataburger at least 4 times a week to come back with just the saddest cheeseburger I've ever seen in my life. Squats. Oh man. And I have seen adults at restaurants I go to do the same thing. Not people that I go to restaurants with, but because usually I like to go to restaurants by myself most of the time. And I will see people get like the only thing you can compare it to is like children's food. Hi, free. Picky eater people that make it into adulthood. That the only way I could eat something was if it was referred to as, it's food, you'll like it. Huh? I mean, all food is good. I like food. Food is delicious. Has a truck you have to deploy steps to get into. It's just weird. I know some newer cars have those deployable like gangway things on the side of the car because for some reason car manufacturers are getting obsessed with that shit. But it's also kind of, or it's not even kind of, it's very meh. Very meh. My parents had an SUV. They had a what was it? A Ford. What were the big SUVs called? Excursion. That's what it was. It was a Ford Excursion when I was like really, really little. And that bitch was a fucking tank. God, I'd forgotten about that car for the longest time. We had a green Ford Excursion for like, I think I literally up until I was like 16, because I know I at least drove that car once. Jesus, that car was a nightmare to drive. Stop shrimping. That's my job. You got it, boss. And I'll take a drink of water too. Yes, go eat lunch. Go eat lunch. All right. Oh, look, proof of devotion. Can I trade in my coupons for the Dark Carnival specialty? Sad cheeseburger? No. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you a sad cheeseburger. There's just one little thing. You don't eat the sad cheeseburger. The sad cheeseburger eats you. Hmm. I had to go back to work. I will keep you in the background. Hope you have a wonderful day. Let's go. Cheeseburger would get sad trying to eat me. Sad cheeseburger is just bread and that's it. No, sad cheeseburger is like a children's cheeseburger from McDonald's where it's just like the saddest, flattest slab of meats, the gross plastic cheese, and then the 2 toasted buns, and that's it. And that is it. Can the sad cheeseburger also eat the rich? I'm sorry, no, because the rich do not come to the carnival. That has been arguably proven, sadly. Sadly, it has been arguably proven. At least currently. At least currently. Oh, good Lord. This is sad. Can we get what? That feels like that's where that's going, Hollow. This is sad. Can we get blah, 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 blah? Oh, so I missed it. Thank you guys for the hype train. Yeah, see, that says the 1 sub gift, 100 bits. But it went off before the 100 bits even went through. That's so weird. That's so weird. Why did it do that? Plus, the child will hold the sad cheeseburger like it owes them money. Yeah, with the just full grip strength. It's all or nothing with kids getting McDonald's hamburgers. What do you do when venture capitalists come to buy you out? They cannot buy me out. They're venture capitalists. They have to invest in me. They have to invest in me first. Also, my ass is not for sale. Unless it's like $2 million. That's fuck you money, and I will take it. You hear that? You hear that, corporations? There's a bar. There's a $2 million bar, and you can own my ass. How much for a stock to become a MAR holder? There's only one person who's currently a MAR holder, and that is the mysterious benefactor that paid for the rigging of this model. That is the bottom bar free. If somebody gave me $2 million, I would do literally anything for them. Literally anything. Absolutely fucking anything. Marin's ass has a bounty now? Oh, good Lord. Do we need to put that as a joke in the like bounty section in the panels? Just like put a space like way down low and then just put Marin's ass, $2 million. A new hand has touched the beacon. $2 million, that's beer money for those chuckle funks? Listen, $2 million. Because then, even then, it's feasible by a regular millionaire's ass as opposed to a billionaire's. Plus, if a billionaire does it and gives me $2 million, do you know what we do then? We milk it. We milk it. We start pulling back and being like, not unless you pay me more. Not unless you pay me more. And you know what you do? You don't sign a contract. You don't sign a contract until you have Kono the lawyer Tomo read over it. Let's get Kono reading our $1 million contract. with rewards of $2 million posters. That would be very funny. Honestly, if it looked like a One Piece wanted poster. Yeah, $2 million is enough money that I could invest half of it and then live comfortably, possibly for the rest of my life. I would actually, the first thing I would do, you wanna know what the first thing I would do, chat? You wanna guess what the first thing I would do? Yeah, Kono would probably jump on this one to be my lawyer at that point. Is that right, Kono? Are you still listening? I would get health insurance. I would get health insurance. Buy a house? No, health insurance. I got phlegm in my throat all of a sudden. Had to, yeah, he said he had to go back to work. So he's probably not listening. No, I do not give a shit about paying politicians money. The health insurance is moving to a better place. Also true. Also true. Get a firearms license. Probably also true. I would probably also like, yeah, somebody mentioned student loans. I would definitely pay off my student loans. I would get a house in some other country. It ain't gonna be here. It ain't gonna be here in the US. Also, hold on. I gotta do the squats before I forget. But yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Whew. Honestly, I'd probably also get like a financial firm to like invest it for me. Because that'd be so much easier. I would buy servers. I have my reasons. Honestly, I probably would split it with the mods. I would give chunks to the mods at this point. If somebody gave the stream $2 million, yeah, the mods would definitely be getting chunks. In a company or something like that, I would go to a firm and they would probably invest it more smart than I would be. I would not invest it in a single company. Okay, chat, let's win the lottery. Oh my God, is that what this is going to be? Are we now turning, are we going to turn this into like a fucking lottery blitz? Gamba, listen. All right, let's do these squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, hold on. What was there? You're missing 3 zeros there. 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Yeah. If I won $2 million, I would happily give Sunstar and Carrie $50,000 each. I would happily. Did you just put the period like it's cents? Oh my God, you goofball. Yeah, because now if we had that money, like a portion of that would also be enough to completely rehash this entire stream, as well as get like a whole 3D studio set up. I'm buying merry-go-rounds ass. Who? Buy precious metals? That's just going nuts right now. I don't think you can buy precious metals. Can you? Oh my God, Weasel, no! Not the mocha booty. Good Lord, the pinwheel. Buying gold is a scam? Correct. I thought you could buy some? No. You can buy gold, silver, and platinum. And I promise you, like, the Doomsday Prepper types are always the ones that, she had to name it Ponties. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right. What are those finger guns for? What are those finger guns for, Weasel? Also, chat, do we need to do a lurker check? Have we done a lurker check yet today? I don't think so. All right, I need to see some highs. I need to see some emotes. I need to see some goddamn Molotovs. Checking in. Wakey, wakey, eggs and baking. Who's all here? How many of you are listening? I see you. I see you carrying the wrong box to the wrong freezer. What you doing over there? Wait, what is that emote? Beezy Chonk. Oh, okay, that is an L. Chonkla. Nice. That's a little... I don't know, that emote needs a little work.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
I'm doing a dumb lobster meeting? What? What? There you go, Ordain. Feel better? Scampy Spin. His name is Scampy! Is that a blue tongue skink named Scampy? Oh my god. I'm sorry, Jade. I had to poke fun. I had to poke fun. Oh my god. Wait, are you watching at work right now while you're about to be reprimanded or already being reprimanded? That is one long Scampy. Good lord. Wait, that's Days? Skink's name? Oh my god. Why didn't I know that? Oh man. Oh man. I'm sad I didn't know that. Love Day. They're so sweet. Biffed it. I always like the term biffed for some reason. It's always funny. The little feet at the ends. Amazing. Okay, okay, gotcha. I forget, Day's not American, is she? I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. I do not remember one little bit. Hold on, let me go check something. You just reminded me. I need to ask Makari when we're doing Fear 3. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure she finished Fear 2 like 2 weeks ago at this point. Yes, we are going to be playing Digimon later this week. I'm actually going to release a... Actually, you know what? Let's do that right now while we're still kind of waiting. I'm going to go update the schedule for the week. Excuse me. Open the file. And then we're going to... change that. Change that. Saturday, Digimon, Time Stranger. What's funny is we have not had a Saturday stream since we did streams at 4 p.m. On a Tuesday, no less. On a Tuesday. Live schedule making. It's okay. I'm working on it on the other monitor. Don't think about it. Don't think about it too much. And then I need to change Sunday because VTM is going to be off the rest of the month, unfortunately, especially because it's October. I'm upset. I'm extremely upset. But it doesn't help that a bunch of our players are very devoted this time of year. The deluxe edition of what? Digimon? What is in the deluxe edition? I have no idea what the bonuses and stuff are for the Digimon versions. All right, we're actually going to do... Let me change Sunday's time. Sunday time. That'll be noon. Hmm. I'm not going to change Friday. I'm going to leave it as Mage the Ascension. And then let's do this. Save, save. So this is a save. And then I'm going to go update the one in the Discord. God, it would help if I could spell. It would help if I could spell. All right, get pinged. Get pinged, nerds. Yeah, at everyone. At everyone for a time when we actually get to have weekend streams. And then now I need to go update it. On all the social medias, please and thank you. Oh God, the ping. The ping! Not the ping! Do you know what this picnic needs more of? More pings! Okay. I'm also gonna go delete the post from earlier this week. Who are pinging their Discord? I'm always pinging to Discord. Just kind of gotta boop y'all in the nose on occasion. All right, let me go find the schedule from Sunday. So let me make sure I clean up the stream stuff from yesterday. All right, there it is. There it is. Delete. Delete. Go back here. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Also, don't forget to vote for your favorite horror streamer, chats. For the horror content creator nominees. Boop, boop. Anyway. All right. That I can get rid of then. Everyone pings, Baron Go live pings, but no baby ghoul pings. Hold on. Okay, you're right. You are correct. You are absolutely right. I must ping the baby ghouls. Anyway, because no one would get them. I like the pineapple on pizza, okay? It's delicious. It's delicious. All right, we have about 4 minutes until the ad break. We did Gartic Phone yesterday, so I'll go ahead and set up the words on stream. And then as soon as we come back, we will jump into Water Park Sim. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Hey, Tommy. What's going down, clown? Not a clown. Yes. Yet, mind your business. Mind your business. I'll be looking and sometimes chat. Hell yeah, Weasel. Thank you. Why weren't you following before, though? Did you ever explain that? What's your excuse this time, mister? Wait, you were subbed for 2 months and you didn't follow until 30 minutes ago. Immersion breaking? Which part's immersion breaking? Sebastian just immediately in there. Give Kish. Give Kish. What is that fucking hippo emote? Hold on. Okay. Did I get? No, I did not. I did not actually set up words on stream properly. Thank God I double checked. Hippo hunt. Yes, you react or somebody reacted. Tommy just called me stinky. Yeah, the hover, the Chloe Pog. That's a hippo. That's some furry hippo character. Axio and M. Night used it. I'm guessing Axio was the first one to use it. Or Dane blowing shit up and running away. Driving my car right after a beer. Oh my God. Popey Po, what is that? Is that the dance? I don't know what that dance is from. Oh well. Oh well. Do I dare go snack on some beets before we jump into Water Park Sim during the commercial break? Or do I just wait till after stream? Are fantastic and you will accept that? I will not. I will not. I refuse. Go read Witch's Throne. It's better. Eats? Yes, sir. I don't know, something to do with Hatsune Miku, maybe? Wait, what? I mean, at the rate we're going, apparently everything's going to involve Hatsune Miku. I, for one, welcome our Japanese hologram overlords. You read those ones? No. Oh, hold on. What's that other one? There's somebody that makes a, what is basically a vampire, I don't think it's on Webtoons. Is it? Shit, hold on. I have to double check. I'm pretty sure, I think it's on Webtoons. But it is a crazy good artist that previously had one, they were like turning their VTM campaign essentially into a comic. And then they canceled it. And then they started making another one. Oh, here it is. Babylon Paradox. Yeah, it's on Webtoons. It has 6 chapters. And they're fucking awesome. From this hating going on, I can't believe. Listen, if he's my biggest fan, then he's probably still going to continue to support. Even if I continue to bully furry enjoyers. The Last Bloodline? Huh? Oh, also the ad break's about to start, so we better bring the screen down. Yoink. Yoink. Yoinkity sploink. There we go. There we go. All right, chat. I'm going to give you all the music. I'm going to go nibble on some cured meats. I will be back in just a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, I wonder if there's still leftover spaghetti. All right, guys, I'm sorry that took so long. There was leftover spaghetti. There was leftover spaghetti, so I had to heat it up and then I had to scorf it down. I love that spaghetti, though. It was so good. Turning the music down. Turning the music down. I promise I didn't forget. Oh, my goodness. Hi, old man. How are you doing? All right. Post-commercial break check-in. Everybody sound off. Who's here? Who survived the commercial break? Nobody's been shot, right? Or Dane didn't take anybody out? I live! Oh, shit. Rivet and Sunstar are down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bricks of check-in! Get the bricks out. Get the bricks out, kids. Or Dane uses knives. That's true. But sometimes he makes explosions, too. Nobody shot yet. Drop kicks the viewer? Which viewer? Who are you drop kicking? Is that why the other two is down? Is that why Rivet and Sunstar are down? Did you drop kick both of them? That guy. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, you over there. Yeah, let me see. Who are you pointing at over there? Nauk? Did you drop kick Nauk? All right. Let's put these away. I clicked the wrong thing. God damn it. Now I gotta wait for the animation to do nothing. There we go. There we go. Now I can get the game up and running. While that opens, we will go over here. We'll change it to category. Unable to sync. It says up to date. Sure, play anyway. Water park. Simulator. Excellent, excellent. Chat, do we need to do a viewer list count? Do we need to see how much Twitch is absolutely screwing the pooch? My leg!
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Oh, Impy! Because I want to be nice and hope she gives me the validation I so crave. You're such a good person, Impy. You're so nice to me. All right. Oh, capture is not capturing. It is still trying to capture bloodlines. Oh, waterworks. There it is. The voids. Yes, the void. The voids. All right. So I haven't done much in here except they did the update. I think it was last Friday or something like that. And so I signed in to do one thing. We will cease the music for now. Does that say 22 hours? That can't be right. There's no way that's right. Yeah, I did a thing. Duck, yeah, the duck is clean. I didn't do anything to it, but the duck is clean now, at least. But yeah, I painted the things. I did all of this. I repainted everything. It's now bright red. Then the multicolors actually work. It's great. It's great. Until we get the like dark red. Until we get like the really, really dark red that's like over here. This will have to do. Oh, also I painted the bathrooms. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Excellent. Not black slide's gonna burn your skin. Hey, don't worry, these are plastic. It's only gonna be hot. It's not gonna burn, it's just gonna be really, really hot. That's the plan. It also let me paint the sands. So now we got a little more vivid red on this one. Red. What's defined as like the primary and secondary is a little weird. I also painted the vending machine. Nice. Nice. Also, I think you can move these now. Oh, okay. No, you can't. Darn it. Can I move you? No, that's... Yeah, that's literally as far back as it goes. Just bright fucking red. And we'll probably change the tile up here later, but as for now, we have $14. Just time to open. Boop. Painted the showers. Here, let's go while because I'm holding both of the painting tools. I don't really want to be. Yeah. Wait, they were both in my inventory and on the wall. New duplication trick, anyone? Also, I had the game volume so quiet in my ears that I couldn't fucking hear anything. Alright, I want to get modern slides next. That's what we'll get for this next part. I painted all the tables and the chairs and the umbrellas. Oh, hey, we immediately got the 3 research points we needed. Now we just need $300. But yeah, a lot of the stuff is... We got 3 hot dogs. That's fine. We'll go... Yeah, we'll go grab a box of hot dogs.
Welcome to Kmart.
Just to have it. And we don't have to put it into the hot dog stand. Oh, somebody wants a hot dog. Hello, sir. Mustard. I thought I saw somebody that smelled for a second. Chat, you better not be smelling up my park. And I want it painted black. I did paint the stairs black. Because I'm sadistic. The thing now too, though, now that we have like the automated ticket register, it's a little harder to tell who's cheating when you're looking at the front door. Also looking to see if things are getting... Uh-oh. She just spontaneously started drowning. Just right in front. Okay, we'll put you here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Ah, shit. How does trash keep getting in the pool? Oh. Clean water isn't forever. Your park has grown. The filters can't keep up with the crowds. No trash, access, or even bladder relief will make pools dirty. To fix it, clean out the garbage. And either drain the pool or wait for the filters to slowly do the job. Which one's full of piss? Who peed in the fucking pool? Okay, I think it's maybe just the... Oh, shit. Oh, that's right. I forgot. They made it so you can change your, character. That's your own fault. Yeah, they actually made it so that you can swap genders in this game. Actually... Yeah, sure. I like this one. Oh god, how do I swap back? Colin, no! Oh god, how do I swap back? Well, I guess we're doing this. Alright, senior. 4-hour slide pass. Oh my god, this feels so janky. 6-hour senior, no slide pass. Mackay, 6-hour senior slide pass. Come on. Oh my god, this is so stupid. A lot more carnival? Yeah, thank you, Hectic. 24 hours. Senior. Wow, we're getting a lot of seniors in here. Where did that go? Oh my god, it's getting... What the... Where are these tickets going? Senior, 6 hours, side pass. Did I bug it? I'm pretty sure I bugged it. You! What? Oh my god. God, this is so goofy. It's definitely not meant to be done in third person. Interact with it again. Oh, I like that. I like the button up. But like, it doesn't go back. Controls. I'd say that's not working properly either. Move, bitch! God damn it! Here, we'll try to finish the day. Yeah, we'll try to finish the day. Oh, we're also missing. Senior slide pass. Oh my god! What does it keep doing? What is it giving it to? Jesus, dude. Lemonade, hold on. This is so fucking janky. I hate it. Oh, hey, welcome back, Cohen. Like a manager, just an employee running this place. We're the manager. We're the owner. We own the water park. Oh my god. That looked yellow for a second, right? Right? You're drowning again? I don't have the water gun right now. There's two people that are sinking. I need the water gun. What? Oh shit. Give me that tiny trash bag. That was almost bad. That was almost bad. God, this is so goofy. Yes, we have 2 employees. So we can get more in the future as we level up. But right now we have Cohen and we have Sunstar. And yes, you as the viewer oh, we need to double check. Yeah, we have to sign in every time. I keep forgetting that. That's why the visits didn't work earlier. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my god. Why are you fully dressed? I swear you've got to be another like creator that they put in the game. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to do things here. Who shitted in the pool? Who shitted in the pool? Now the filters will fix them, but... Fuck you, Margot. Okay. Lemonades. Maybe that's... Oh, no, hold on. Go big. Also, that slide is filthy. Can you tell it's dirty? All the bathrooms are dirty too. Auto food? Wait, what? I mean, we already did that. Oh my god, the graffiti! God damn it. Wait, they still got on the side of the fucking bathroom stalls? Are you serious? That's crazy. Oh, Sunny's drowning? Alright, alright, I guess I'll save him. Guess, if I gotta. Move. Oh, come on! Okay. On the upside, at least clearing graffiti gives like a lot of experience. Pass it on. How dare you? I dropped my chocolate bar? You'd better not have dropped your chocolate bar. Wait, we don't sell chocolate bars. We sell granola bars. Where did you get the chocolate bar? Diarrhea everywhere. Sure. Cohen's on break again. Gosh darn it, Cohen. Oh, okay, that was telling us restock hot dog stand. Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. Hold on. Wink. Hot dog box. Oh, darn it. Okay, she's at least patient enough to wait. So we still got to get that little extra money in there. Okay, at least Sunstar's being a good repair person. This one's still full of shit! Yay. I have to, I don't want to get in there. Where's the drain? Someone fucking dookied in the pool. Oh shit. Oh my god, seriously? Did I say lawyer up? I'm suing! You're the one who came in here and fucking graffiti. The fuck? Oh my god. More graffiti. I was hoping putting these things close to each other was gonna keep it from getting graffitied. Because that's physically fucking impossible. I suppose. Alright, where's the drain? There it is. Oh, gross! Okay. It all has to be spotless. It all Baron Stinky! No! You can't prove that and I will deny it in court. Oh, there's trash right there. Son of a bitch. God, the goofy ass holding hand forward. Okay, is there any other stuff? You. Alrighty then. That's how you carry my dog poops bag? That's honestly probably an appropriate way to carry a dog poop bag. Alright. Let's do this. We're gonna save. Game saved. Exit to main menu. And then we will load back in and hope it goes back to first person. Okay, there we go. That's good. Let's double check how much. Oh, we're still good. We still got plenty of granola bars. Go get lemons. Because doing that in third person was giving me a migraine.
Welcome to Game.
Meow. We're not going to use them. We're just going to have them. Put you right there. All right. And then we're going to go get some new stuff. Because we've got so many points. You. Now I think there's some other things we can get as maintenance. Some new stuff, which is... Okay, we're definitely getting the mop upgrade. And then we have 1 point left. I want chlorine is what I want. I want to get chlorine so that we don't have to keep draining the pools. That sounds like a your grain problem. That's mean. You can't say that. You can't say that. Oh shit, we can get the next upgrade pretty soon. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and spend the money on that. Is there any other ones that's just like money? Just cost money to upgrade? Nope. Okay. All right, let's see what we got for slides now. What the fuck are those? Oh my god. I hate them. Why? Why do they make inflatable slides a like second tier option? This also doesn't make a lot of sense how it's like supposed to go. Just get a bigger park forehead. Listen. Listen. Is there a piss command? No, there's no piss command. Not to my knowledge. What decorations did we get? Plants, 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 plots. Hold on. How do I... There we go. I was like, I forgot how to rotate on this thing. So, let's do this. Let's slide you. I have to rotate it that a different direction because I'm going to do something here. Rotate, goddamn you! Okay. Banana rotating? Banana. Banana. Grime dumpster. Drop garbage bags here and place it far from people because the smell is harsh. Okay. Okay. We're gonna put... It's probably not a good idea to have one on this far end. Kind of okay with it. Okay. Oh! Okay, I guess decorations just auto-build. Nice. Oh, there's a plant here! I didn't even notice it. Oh, shit. That's what I get for not actually rotating to get the view. Sunstar, why are you on the diving board? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good for now, so we'll go ahead and rest for the night. Whoop. Uh-oh. Wait, did it like reset the day? No. It skipped to the next day? That's weird, but okay. All right, now you can do ! visit to come to the park. Best seat in the house for chance. Are you sitting on top of chat right now? I mean... Assert dominance. Assert dominance. Excellent. Excellent. Say what? Say what? Just imagine me T-posing on everybody that comes into the water park right now. See, when the park opens, I don't have to do much, and then somebody's gonna shit in the pool, and I bet it's gonna be Lucian. Knowing my luck. Immediately hitting the shower. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what our next employee is going to be. Someone's peeing in the pool! Who's pissing in the pool? Motherfucker! The chat overly behind you. I thought it was fun. Oh, it is behind me. That's right, because of the bloodlines thing. Here, hold on. Let me do... Here we go. We'll just move it back another time. Why did you just gasp? The puddle, it disappeared. All right, yeah, I did not clean these showers earlier. I think we're, wait, I forget, did we get upgraded showers? Oh my God. Who screams? I'm checking for graffiti. Oh, hey, buddy. Wait, did we get a timer visual? Wait, I love that. That's cool. That's new. All right, Cohen's about to go on break. I'm not sure. We also... Where you run into, champ? Did you piss in the pool? Hmm. Hmm. You dork. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Beef. 6 adult slide pass. Thank you for your patronage. I almost said money. Adult slide pass. This is so much easier to do in first person.
Yeah.
This is with the star objective we have. That's like to get more people to buy stuff from the vending machine. You're not supposed to be here! Okay. Everything else. Wait, what was that? I saw something pop up. What was that? Okay, nobody's over here. We have 6 slots if people want to visit. There are 6 open slots for people to visit right now. You know, maybe this mob upgrade wasn't the worst thing to get. What are you doing in that corner? Hot dog? Murdoch wants a hot dog.
Yeah.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck on my own bush. Okay. Oh. I think this bush is a bit much. Oh wait, I have to do it this way. Anyway. Who's on the diving board? What? Nailed it. Nailed it. Waiting on lemonades. Nice. Don't fall, Hayden. I knew it. Anyway. Sunstar's going on break. Oh no, everything's gonna break like all. Oh my god! Cohen's not here. Oh shit. Okay. Hi, Cohen. You just wander around here. Cooper team, 4 hours, no slide pass again. Senior, 4 hours, no slide pass. Senior, slide pass, 6 hours. Hi, Lucian. Welcome back, Cohen. Are you actually gonna do this one? I don't think you are.
Yeah.
All right. Trash. Wah! Professional long jumper here, kids. Professional long jumper. Okay. I do got the mad hops. I got the crazy hops, dude. Okay, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get enough to... Well, actually, no, it's just money to upgrade, to unlock the other side over here. Blink. So... Alright, we haven't had any other pissers. Which is good. We keep a spotless park here, and don't you fucking forget it. God, though, some of these things really do look dingy. Really fast. Who's drowned? There's 2 people drowning in the same pool? Oh my god, I missed. Oh shit. Oh my god. All right, what did you do? Some chucklefuck did something. Anytime I see that some person just go like sprinting out, I'm always like, what did you do? You've done something. Okay. Stinky! Not on my watch. I feel like this game sometimes forgets its own mechanics and then remembers it, and then you get like a bunch of one type of mechanic all at once. Bitch. Is it just one person? Is it one person that comes in and just graffitis everything until they run out of spots? I think that's what it is, but I'm not sure. Zayden! Zayden, really, dude? Okay. Trash. More trash. Oh wait, I need a bag. Yoink. Nobody's really getting the granola. Do I need to move it somewhere else? Is that why? Do people need to be near it for them to like consider stopping at it? Queens! Plain lemonade, you got it. Y'all need to shit? Is that what that is? Oh no! Somebody shitted, that's for sure. Oh my god, get in the pool! Bitch. Who's peeing? Who's peeing? God damn it! Good lord. The game remembered it's supposed to have mechanics. All right. Clean, clean, clean. Clean. Not clean. Okay. I don't know which one somebody was pissing in. Stop shitting at the pool! Well, I guess we didn't find the pisser, so they just went away when the park closed. But we're gonna unlock this other side, and then we'll probably have to do some rearranging. Methinks. All right, I think we're good for now. I think we're fine for now. So, oh shit, the chlorine. Ah, we'll get the chlorine later. It's fine. It's fine. I want... Yes. And yes. We have 2 more. Okay, it doesn't seem like anything else takes two. But look, oh my god. Alrighty then. Actually, no, we'll leave that one. Oh, there's the bush here. Okay. Actually, these are repairable, right? No, they're not. They definitely need to be destroyed. Yeah, we hammer a pool to death. Here, we'll go to everything we can before we have to get the mop out. Bamboo, though, can go. On the upside, we have some of the upgrades for these, so it is going pretty quick. But I think this just doubled the size of our park. Because Jesus. This would explain why they really wanted to give us the extra dumpsters and stuff. With a perfectly serviceable pallet? I agree, but the game won't let us keep them. I don't think people understand both how valuable but also how disposable pallets are. Like, to the point where they're not even counted most of the time when you do shipping. Like, when you ship stuff. More often than not, they're just like, yeah, take the pallet. Is that... I didn't do it. That must be why this part closed down beforehand. Floridian Water Park? No, we're cleaning up the water park. We just unlocked the part. Our actual park is over there. We just unlocked a massive section, so we're cleaning it up. Come on. How are you doing, Annie? What trouble are you getting into? Free wood, not complaining? True. Plus, you never know when a pallet's gonna be useful. Okay, we missed a bush over here. Alright. Mop time. We have 4K for this area. I just finished recording the audio for the video. It's 5 a.m. I haven't eaten for 8 hours. Go eat! Go eat so I can watch this video in peace while I eat later. Nah, you still probably got a shitload of editing to do, don't ya? Don't ya? The real work has only just begun. But yes, you need to get some fucking rest. You keep staying up so goddamn late. Hour and 50. Let's go. Let's go. I say that as a viewer. I say that as a viewer. Okay. this? Are there any more after this? There's probably more. Let's see. I don't know. That was the last ones. All right, now for the fun parts. It's time to beautify it. Get out of here. Floor tool. And then we have to rearrange a bunch of stuff here. All right. All right. Where's my red? There it is. Red, bright tile. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Listen, we could have technically done the black tile, but I vetoed the idea. For now. So that we can have black tile pools. Oh, we did miss one. All the tiles. It has to be pretty. I refuse to start building stuff until the broken brick is replaced. Okay, let's do here. We're gonna get rid of you. Okay. We need, first of all, to do some stuff. Here. And let's do a little bit of rotation here. Can't move pre-placed? Oh god, okay, we are gonna have to destroy it. Ad break in 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's trash right here too. Hold on. Hold on. Go over there. Trash bag. Oink. Oink. Trash. And the other. Why are there bubbles? Okay, I think that pool was lightly shitted, but I'm not sure. All right, so we're gonna do, I'm gonna take these. Start doing a little. God, apparently that size is. And then we're gonna need some extra ones, right? Yeah, okay. We haven't gotten upgraded showers yet. And then we're gonna do this. Okay. Bench. Bench, 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 bench. We're just gonna stick you over here for now, bench. Sorry. Because you're technically just a decoration. Alright. do we dare start putting some big pools in here? Let's do... Oh my god, scroll wheel! One here. Then we can do... Oh, why did it have to be this direction? You know what? Let's do it. Cancel that. Move you over here. Right there. Thing is, are these supposed to go... Are they supposed to go into the water? Because it acts like we don't need it to. Are these just amusements and they don't actually need to go into a pool? I don't think they do. 5 he filter? What? Because, well, it does spill water out in the animation. I can see it, but it doesn't like it. Would it like it over here? Is it because the filter's there? Okay, yeah, I think it was because the filter was there. Okay, and then we'll do... Rotate, rotate, rotate. One here. And then we'll do long slide. Because it's funny. At least I think it's funny. And then over... Where is it? There it is. Oh, ad break. Ad break in just a second. We'll put... Hello? I'm out of money. Can I at least put the upgraded ones here? Actually, hold on. Rotate a little bit. Can I not have enough? Oh, I don't have enough. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, there's the ad break. We'll pause in just a second. All right. We'll pause here for now. I will give you the music. We'll be back in just a minute. And I need to go check on Coco because I have not seen her today. So I'll be back in just a little bit. That's such a long... I know. That's why I thought it was funny. That's why I thought it was funny. I'll be back in a minute. Also, I'm kind of hoping we can just use these inflatable ones for a little bit and then upgrade them into better pools and slides really soon. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okie dokie. What did I miss? Who died? Readjusting myself. All right. I found Coco. She was in bed. Their evil counterpart, Melon. What do you mean, evil counterparts? You failed. All right, chat. You know what that means. You know what that means, right? When you fail words on stream, that means we have to execute a viewer. Smooch to Coco? Oh, believe me, I did smooch to Coco. So a couple days ago, the neighbor came over and was like, my bub does not use this bed anymore, or has never really used this bed. So if you want it, you can have it. And so Coco has a new bed, and we moved her old one that has like a rim around it, like one of those plush rims, into her kennel, where she kind of has like a safe zone where she can go when she's like overstimulated. Oh, can it be me? All right, get the guns, mods. You get to execute beef today. Sleep in other dogs' beds? Yes. The thing is, the other dog never uses it. The neighbor's dog never uses it. Pick Marin and overthrow the carnival? What do you mean pick me? That's not how that works. Dude, this carnival doesn't exist without me. You bastards. Oh wait, what was it? What's that? What's the monologue from Spider-Man? You can't do this to me. I put everything I had into this company. All right, let's put the music away for now. Also, wait, why do I have so many notifications? All right. Wait, is that the game music? Oh, it is the game music. Okay. All right, so gotta build all our things. Luckily, I think we also have enough money to paint them. So we'll get to do that in just a second. Wink. Again, these are just more than likely going to be temporary until we get upgraded stuff. Okay. Wait, why didn't our capacity go up? Are we maxed at oh, you get air. Oh, no. All right. All right. Why do I have so many trash bags? All right, let's go get the... primary, red, secondary, black, tertiary, gold. All right. I think this is the right color combination. We'll see. That is not the right color combination. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, wait, no, we gotta color this one too. I think this one was done this way. You know, I actually like that one more. Filthy! Especially because when you paint them black, they become very obvious. Also, we didn't paint this one, did we? We don't have the money to paint it! All right. Yeah, these are all gonna be temporary for now. change these around once we get to like the other slides after these fucking shitty ones, these inflatable ones. Here, let's see. Resort slides, 2,000? Jesus. Okay, so we need to get 3 stars, which is going to take a bit of time. Oh, but lifeguard staff. Eh. Janitor staff trash highlight. Ooh. Ooh. Yoink. Yeah, we're getting trash highlight next. Because right now we're kind of just waiting on the vending machine to do more stuff. Like this guy. Maybe we'll make more vending machines after today. Don't forget, if you want to visit, it's !visit. Did they change the texture on this pizza? No, wait, the pepperonis just changed color from this angle. What the fuck? Gross. Gross. Okay. Thanks. You're already stinking? Smelling up my goddamn... Hectic. Hectic. Smelling up my water park. Hi, Cyber. In the game yet? Wait, what hidden Easter egg? What hidden Easter egg would that be? Hot dog. Wait, somebody already wanted a hot dog? Okay. Meow. Also, is it saying, can y'all see that ring next to my head that's the decoration ring? That's in white? Is that saying I don't have, also that is not a painted umbrella. Unacceptable. That's not right. Okay, then. Just pray. Okay, hold on. There's you. Oh, modern showers. There they are. Okay. I kind of hope we get enough points for chlorine today, though. Motherfucker, get out of here. Bitch. All right. Fucking up my shit. Fucking up my shit. Hold on, I want to see somebody come down this thing. No one? Y'all just wandering around? Oh shit, Cohen. Oh! I crashed. Okay. Okay, hold on, I'm reopening. Oh, wait, where's the game? The hell? It was invisible to me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Put the scuff? Uh-oh. I'm going to kill myself. All right, where is it? Doink, doink. right here. Okay. All right, kids, remind me to save after we clear out this place. It also does not seem like it saved before I cleaned everything at the end of the day, so... Also means we have to recolor that fucking umbrella. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's do floor. Grid. Tiles. Let's go. We're gonna do it this way because I think some of the like damages and stuff is gonna be a little easier to see. I wonder what crashed, what like made us crash. Okay. All right. Get rid of the bigger stuff. To piss and poop Polorama? No, absolutely not. Illegal. Okay. Listen, at least they made it so that all I have to do is hold down the fucking floor tool. And it'll do most of the work for me. All right. Thing is though, I can't tell if like, y'all see that gauge, right? See how it's all white? Is that telling me I don't have enough decorations? Right? When the gauge is all white, that means it's bad, right? Because the dark one is the cleanliness, and I know the white goes down, the cleaner stuff is. Just tile under the chalk outline? Yeah, that totally makes sense, right? Okay, white for decorations is good. That's weird. I wonder why they would make it the opposite of... Not enough sheep and duck statues? Hey, listen, the duck statues are not purchasable. Yet. I don't know if they are in the future. Hi, ducking. Speaking of ducks. Speaking of ducks. We crashed, so now we're redoing, cleaning up this entire section. And once we're done cleaning up, we're gonna save. And don't you let me forget, chat. Don't you let me forget. Okay. Let you forget, got it, boss? No! Feels like there's more stuff here than there was earlier for some reason. I think all I'm really gonna add is probably like more utility places. We'll also definitely put some more vending machines over here. What are those flaps? Okay. I know I did. I'm getting rid of them this time because I don't know if they're actually adding to the decoration count. Because even now when I get rid of them, that white bar is not changing. Okay. I figured there was something like that. That makes sense. Hi, Index. How are you doing? Page, 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 page. Thing is though, is apparently these things also don't count as like being dirty, which is interesting. You get him, Fairbanks, get him. The wall. Now, this won't work until we open the park. And because we crashed, we haven't opened the park for the day. Goodness, for the day. Anything else? Oh, Jesus! I forgot if you click double jump while you're in the air, you just ragdoll. Okay. All right, let's do some rearranging. First things first, you. Other utility. Bathroom. That is not. Hold on. And a little bit of a gap. There we go. And then rotate these. You're going here-ish. Oh, that looks terrible. Actually, here. I have an idea. We'll do something similar to what we did with the other ones. Also, if it looks weird when I start doing like this side scrolly part, it's because it is being weird because my scroll wheel is like really busted.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Oh, is he building them? No.
Calm down.
Is he? Sensor, are you building these? Oh, you are. Huh. Neat. All right, I need the other paint thing. Right. We're gonna make primary black on this one. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go fix this other one. Kobe. Kobe. Oh, damn it. Absolutely ate shit on that one. Wait a second. There we go. There we go. Okay, we need to build some extra stuff. Extra stuff. Extra. We don't have a jukebox either. Why does it cost 5,000? That's crazy. All right, we're gonna make another vending machine, and it is gonna go right here next to the Portatron. How much is it? 1,200? We'll just do one for now. All right, that's fine. And of course. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. That color palette is fine. And we're only gonna actually save. Hey, Tay, thank you for self-care. Listen, okay, red and black is a good combination color. I will always stand by that. The German flag is the color of your park? No, absolutely not. All right. Wait, what is that? That looks like a busted, like, drive-up movie. Is that another section we can get? Maybe it is? I don't know. Because that just looks like a completely separate section. Sorry, Sunstar. Here, let me help you up. All right, your jukebox hero. Okay, so let's do like one, I think, methinks. One pool. Do we want to just do one pool on this one? Oh my god, Sunstar can fly. Oh my god, Sunstar can fly. And we'll do this. Okay. Thing is though, it doesn't look like we can put our capacity above 30. That seems to be the maximum that we can get right now. Wait, no, the primaries are... Is it this? All right. Yeah, that's right. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. All right. We'll save the rest of the money for now because we only have 900. And increasing the pools that we have does not seem to be increasing the size of everything. Let's do another save just to be sure. All right. Now you can do visit. Now you can do exclamation mark visit. Half lemonade, half hot doge. Kaiju! Maki! Also, I have not seen the cars yet. Let's get ice cream. Ooh. All right. We're gonna go through these in here real quick. All right. Oh, there's a car. Okay, so they're not that frequent. All right, let's go. Oh, I still need to stock the other vending machine. Fuck. I fudged. I fudged. Go there. Go there. All right, we need to go stock the other vending machine. You granola bars. Whoop. Because right now our current mission is to get people to buy granola bars. Why is the door still a different color? Huh. Okay, maybe I should add some like diving board or something over here. Cool. Honestly, we're gonna put a ring here too. Okay. Thanks, Sensor. It has to be colored! If I dropped buffalo wings in the pool, would that be an issue? Yes, yes it would. Oh well. Oh, whoops. Micah? The one diving board I'm going to color? Come here, bitch. Hup! Fantastic. Wait a second. Oh, hold on. Hot dog. Excellent. Excellent. Really? Alright, where's my water gun? Unstink yourself, Theo. Okay. Everybody's pissing in the bowl. You! Bitch. Alright. We're doing pretty good. Beats ball. That's what I thought. Alright, now excuse me, I need to get the most important tool. Uh-oh. Cohen's on break! And we're not full! Yeah, I don't think we can raise our capacity any higher than 30 until we do something. Maybe until we get 3 stars. Maybe it'll increase when we get 3 stars. I see your ass! Wait, where was that? Bitch? Anyway. Hup! Oh, I missed. Oh shit! I double jumped by accident. Fantastic. And you were you got another one?
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Okay, who was that? Goose! Leave him alone? No, never. Never. Alright, hold on. We got a hot dog. Plain? You got it. Lemonades. With lemon. Y'all need to stop slipping on the same puddle. Those object permanents need some fucking work. Alright, hold on. Let's go unstink this dude. Okay. Also, we need to clean the fucking graffiti. Yeah, hi. Alright, somebody wants to take. Oh god, there's more graffiti. Senior, 8 hours. Slide pass. Conrad! Conrad, I just beat your ass. What are you doing here? Hi, Conrad. Lemonades. Oh my god, why is there such a line here? Lemonade with lemon. Just lemonade. What was that sound? Why did I hear what sounded like a spray bottle? Lemonade. And there's trash on the ground. How do I keep them from walking back here? God damn it. I don't want to put up more fences that I have to jump over. But I could. Saints! I'm gonna believe you for a second. Hi, Sunstar. Oh, jeez. Sunstar, help! Plants so you can only get in there from the middle? Oh my god. Is this pool shitted? This pool is shitted. God damn it. Oh, that's another thing I need. We need to build a dumpster. Someone shitted their pants. Drown a little harder, why don't ya? Alright, hold on. I'm hustling, I'm hustling. Oh, son of a bitch. What? Oh my god, why are y'all all here? We're totally about to have some injuries in that pool unless I refill it. God damn it. Alright. No, 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 no! Okay. Oh god, all of the trash cans are getting full at the same time. Okay. We're still missing a bunch of stuff. Oh, no, Kobe. This one thing, this is an executable. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, just let me. Wait, this just filled up too? Okay. Lemon. I just saved you from drowning and now you want lemonade? Seriously? Stinky. Alright, hold on. Oh, I see you. Water gun. Thank you. Oh, there's the other one. Oh, there's fucking trash in here. Can I help you? This pool's still shitted. Yeah, we need to get chlorine. Oh, which we actually can get chlorine in just a sec. Okay, you were throwing trash away. I was about to say. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Okay, what are we up to? 10 to 15 for granolas? Oh, come on. Can you hire more staff? Not right now. Oh, Theo's waiting for lemonade. Wait, Theo, didn't you already get lemonade? Oh, shit. Hey, buddy. No, come back! Okay, just lemonade. Alright, we need to go get... Other... Okay. Alright, we need to go get more granola bars. Move! Up. Excellent. You! Get in the water. Okay. Nice. Oh wait, there's a trash can still here. Alright, let's pick up some stray trash that's lying around. Okay. Those are my guns. Okay. The water gun does? Oh. Okay. I think somebody told me that before and I... Oops. Not even close. I don't remember putting you there, but okay. Any other trash? Doesn't look like it. All right, let's go to the research table. Staff leaderboard. Huh. Okay. So what was the... It's not that upgrade. It was chlorine. Now have to drain the whole pool just to clean it. Buy chlorine in the shop and drop it in the water for a fast, sparkling clean. But don't forget, you still need to fish out the trash. Okay. Modern showers. All right, let's see. We have 3K, so we can almost certainly... There they are. Huh. Okay, then. Yeah, we got enough. We can replace all 4 of these. I'm pretty sure. Actually, hold on. 300? Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. That's what people are saying. It's just my brain doesn't register at the time I'm like trying to clean, so I'm just like, use the mop. Just use the mop. Okay. Right about there. There. That can't be right. Here, I have a better idea. Put it this way. Trying to have a gap of only like one tile. And it's not working because I think they're at a slant. It's going to give me a conniption. I wish the boundaries, the green border wasn't so fucking fat. What? What, do we have ad break? Is it ad break time? No, there's not. Oh, there is. Position snap, maybe. Okay, that is way too big. That is way too big. Lurk check. All right, sound off, nerds. I need everybody to say hi, drop an emote if you can hear the sound of my voice. I need to know that you're here. Twitch needs to know that you're here. Come on. Also, how do they claim that this is a better shower than the one we had before this? This looks like a worse shower. Well, no, I noticed it was there. Jesus, dude, that's so annoying. Raggle fraggle. No! God damn it. Fuck it, we ball. All right, where's the paints? I need the paints. Yeah, you were correct. We need to do another save. Yoink. Why? This is definitely a worse model. That'll have to do. This is a rainfall shower. This thing looks like ass. I hate it. I hate it. Never trusted there's enough saves. That's honestly a pretty good policy. Again, though, I feel like the having... Here, let's test it. Let's go to decorations. Let's take some of these. On here. There. Put one like here. Do some rotates. Can't put decorations up there. Okay. Let's see if this actually makes a difference in that line, and we can figure out what it means. Oh, it still doesn't move, so I guess it doesn't mean much. Because I was wondering if decorations meant, like, better happiness for customers. Like, they would come here and be happier. To get more precise placement? Never! Never! Alright, I think we are good for... Oh, wait, we forgot this one. Okay, that looked dirty for some reason. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, wait, let's go buy some chlorine.
Welcome to Kmart.
Oh, wait, I don't have any space. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Okay. Let's get a couple things of chlorine.
Welcome to Kmart.
Alright, excuse me. Hi, Van. You ran over somebody. Jesus, you don't just run over me, apparently. Alright, let's do this. Can you slide on your own slides? I don't think so. I do not think so one bit. But yeah, so we're good over there. We need more people to buy granola bars so that we can upgrade stuff more. So we can get the 3-star stuff and then get better upgrades. Because we've almost completely unlocked the entire 2-star section. Sneak in! I don't think it works like that. Came straight to the shower. Oh, I see you. Some stinky bitch just went in there. I saw that cloud. Where did you go? Really? This is the path that you'll decide to take? Seriously? Did you just come out of one bathroom and go into the other? Lemonade. Theo's back. Stinkosaurus Rex over here. Okay. Oh my god, all the puddles. Also, wait a second, what are you wearing? What the fuck is up with that model, and why does it look like she shit her pants? Sounds like only cans, does it? Okay, we need 3 more. Sunstar brushing himself off. Okay. Lemonades. I was looking around for cheaters. Aha! I knew it. You! Come here, chucklefuck. Bitch. All right, nobody's pissing in the pool, right? No pissers? No, it's trash. What is up with all the... Oh my god. They stinkied my entire fucking pool! Mirror. Hey, don't mind the burning sensation. Do me a favor and ignore the burning sensation. What happened to also having the filter get gunked up? We haven't had that in a while. I was gonna say, did they get rid of the filter gunking up when they added the fact that it just gets like dirty now? Okay. Panicking on the diving board. All right, hold on. Wait, where is it? Get out of the way, Cohen. Place to be, things to do. This dumb bitch just sock. There we go. All right, it's you, Chucklefuck. Don't drown. That's illegal. You're not allowed to drown. Lemonades. Okay. Still aren't learning, are ya? Whoop. Wait, somebody else is no, okay, that was the last one. Somebody's not currently panicking on the diving board. Otherwise, they're gonna learn the hard way. He jumped in and then he immediately came back and got on again. Is he legal for you, maybe? You better not be drowning. All the puddle cleanups. Oh, there's trash there. Okay. I probably should. Oh, Jesus. Wow, that is a lot of people leaving at once. Wait, why is Cohen not getting his energy back? God damn it. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. 4 hours. Slide pass. Sir, you do not look like a teen. Is staff only trash? Wasn't staff only, you'd have so much less trash. Well, those are just the dumpsters where we dump the trash. Oh my god. I gotta go get more lemons. Every villain is lemons. Move.
Welcome to Caitlin.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Places to be, things to do, you know. Oh, Jesus. I should have known. I should have known. Just lemonade.
Yeah.
And yes, I know this diving board is the wrong color, but I'm leaving it. Nope, hello. Okay. Uh-huh. Really? Okay. Less work for us? Oh no. Repair buildings. Oh man. I don't have my water gun. Can I mop you? No, I can't. I can't mop you. Okay. I'm focusing on repairing things because now our objective has updated to just repair 20 things. That's pretty easy to do. I mean, with the amount of stuff that we have, at least, it is. It would be. Who shitted? All right, where's my chlorine? Ad break starting. All right. All right. I will get you the words on stream. Hold your horses. And we'll get the music. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I'm pretty certain I am not going anywhere. So we will just vibe for a couple minutes. And let my eyes rest, because Jesus help. Let me catch up on chat. I feel like I'm constantly like salami. Is that the word you're looking for? Salami. Also, be nuts watching everybody sprinting around at Mach fuck leaping like their feet in the air at a water park. It would be. It'd be genuinely terrifying. Maintenance? Sunstar could be doing the filters. That's true. Yeah, you just throw the jug of bleach. That's exactly it. That's exactly what you do. She broke the toilet with her bowels. Only cans in the go-round part? No. No. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I figured you were thinking of... Isn't Somali... Doesn't it have a... Isn't it spelled with an O or an E? I think I'm misremembering how to spell Somali. Okay, there's an O. I was right. Okay, okay. Ligma, that's never a word, Maki. You should know that. What's wrong? What are you doing today, Maki? What trouble are you getting into today on this Tuesday? Tuesday, isn't it? Gotta keep the flesh pits clean. Can you see how well I keep the flesh pits clean? Can you see how tight of a crew I run this place back when it was just myself before I had a crew to do it? Farting. Just farting? Just ripping ass, tearing holes through your gamer chair? Is that what you're doing? We got 40 seconds. I don't think we're gonna do another game. All ass ripping, no quitting. Oh god, I can't believe Brap Queen is back. Not Brap Queen. No more words? Not for this commercial. Brick! Hi, Ordain. What are you doing with that brick? All right, we got 15 seconds. Let me take a drink of water. What kind of park are you running without words? What water park do you go to that has like a word game that you can play? Ordain has begun the summoning, throws brick at intern. Oh my god. God damn it. You can't keep throwing bricks at interns. All right, welcome back from the ad break, y'all. Do we need to do another lurk check? Do we need to do another lurk check? Look me in the eyes. Lurkers, are you here? Do we need a sound off? Are you here? crashes near the water park? All right, but you better pay admission. I forgot. What was I going to do? Oh, Jesus. Hi. Okay. Person's buying a 6-hour pass when the park closes in like 45 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm making a fucking mess over here. Uh-oh. Schmiminades. I'm coming. I'm coming. Just lemonade? Okay. I need one more thing to fix. There has to be. There we go. Oh, we only made it halfway. Oh, who's drowning? Oh, shit. Trying to make it like I'm living in wipeouts. All right. Turn away 5 perverts, mop up 15 puddles. Jesus. Okay, I guess. Okay, and then we'll get 3 stars after we do these other things. Perverts. Great. That's going to be hard because all of them jumping out backwards like they're jumping in reverse. All right, we got to go throw bleach in there. Actually, hold on. You're dirty as fuck. Okay. Blick. Kobe. All right. Turn away? Sure. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? You think you're a ninja, huh? Listen, I tried, okay? And I will try it again. Watch this, Chuckle Fox. Whoa! Damn it! It doesn't think when I land on the mushroom, it doesn't think I'm on the ground. So when I try to double do it, it's just like, no. Here, let me just fix that 100% thing, apparently. All right, let's go see. What can we upgrade right now? Janitor staff, trash. Oh, okay, yeah. Give me that janitor staff. And nothing else. Okay. Yeah, we'll get the trash highlight after this. If we don't get other stuff, is there anything we want to build right now? No, there's not. There's not. We're just gonna save money to see if, like, essentially we can do a whole park rehash. Here, do a save. All right. All right. Schmello. Oh, Jesus. Where'd she go? Wait, y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw the body just getting ragdolled. Why are you driving in the middle of the road? No, not the seagulls! My park! Oh wait, is it highlighting the poop for me? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. Stop shitting in my park! First organized golf played in the Americas was in Harleston Green undeveloped pasture lands, corner of Pitt and Bull Street in 1743. Charleston merchant David Diaz received a shipment of 432 golf balls and 96 clubs from Scotland. Yeah, it originated in Scotland and became a rich bitches game in England. You shit in my shower. Mateo, you just got in the water, dude. Jesus. Yo, I'm glad that this mop highlights the bird poop. Because otherwise, I would definitely miss, like, the smallest piece of shit. Yeah, of course. It was what? 1743? Yeah. Who would have thought? If everything wasn't so bright? What do you mean if everything wasn't so bright? Is it too bright? Do I need to paint all the tiles black again? I will. I will. All right, do we need to stand around and wait for a pervert to show up? Is that what we need to do right now? All right, hold on. Let me go get... Oh, shit. Wait, I saw you. Apparently they do be shitting. Oh, lemonade. No! Literally, I saw you, ass. Come here. Coming. Does that count as getting dunked? All right, I need water. Okay. Just lemonade? Any other schmerverts around here? Schmerverts? Okay, going. How you doing in here? Hello. We're up to 4. Does that give us one of the things that we wanted? No, trash highlights 5. Okay. Well, we're about to have 5, so that's good. I need 4 more schmerverts. All right, let's go. Here. You. Who screams? Hot dog? Is that them screaming on the water slide? You! Hi! That's right, run! I heard another scream. Where was that? Where was that? I heard another scream. Oh no, Cohen left. Cohen left! No, Cohen! Cohen! Wait, there's nobody here. Hazley's drowning! Why isn't Hazley swimming? Son of a bitch. God damn it, Hazley. Get your shit together. These clean. Wow, these are spotless. There's more puddles over there. Actually, let's go grab the trash highlight while we're here. Trash highlights. All right. From the super park hello. Excuse me, pardon me. Mom said knock you out. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be really useful. Waited too long for a hot dog? Well, how about you stop being such a little bitch? Any others? Doesn't look like it. All right. Lemonades. Oh, shit. Not lemonade. All right, now lemonade. Just lemonade?
Yes.
All right, what do you want? With the lemon. Helen! Oh, jeez. Okay, Ezekiel, 6 hours. Teen, no slide pass. Move! Teen, slide pass. 4 hours. Tiny Tina on the guest? Yes, apparently. They kind of deserve it. Also, I heard somebody else scream, which probably means we got another schmervert in there somewhere. Senior, no slide pass. 4 hours. Conrad's back. Oh, hi, Cohen. Welcome back. You! You! Bitch! Okay. Oh, you're drowning. Panic, mild panic, mild panic. Oh, it didn't throw it. Wait, who is it? Who's taking the pictures? Roger. Okay. Oh, I gotta sneeze.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I also need to go get more lemonade. Oh shit. And hot dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, we only need one more Schmervert, so come on, give me one more. You! Why are there so many of you? Okay. Alright, maybe... Just A posing. What was that scream? Okay. Oh, come on. Alright, at least maybe now we can get some more experience to get more research points for the new stuff that we unlocked. Someone named Leonidas is drowning. Are you serious? Hello? You just take a picture of a drowning man? That's crazy, dude. On the other hand, this one's about to be drowning. Hello. Anyway. More schmiminades that I'm about to be out of. Okay, hold on, put the glove down. All right, let's go get... We need hot dogs and lemonade.
Welcome to Cape.
Excuse me, place to be, things to do. Oh man, Cohen's about to also be out. You! I saw that camera in your hands. Okay. All right, we need to go pick up some trash. Well, I think that's actually the only ones we had. Okay. Okay. Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Is the selling point still why not a drowning man? I guess. I guess. What do you mean mobility is the selling point? Did you really just drop a puddle here? Clean 1,000 trash in the park? Jesus. I just got the achievement for that. Hi, buddy. You're the one who got in the way. All right. So we've got a lot. Progress has been saved. Let's do some cleaning up. Why is that piss? Is that what that was? All right, use the printer to print out flyers. Oh, we have to give out 20 flyers? Oh, man. All right. Is that more pit? Oh, it's vomit. Okay. So somebody throwed up. All right, let's see what we got. What have we unlocked now? Maintenance. Hey, yo, extra large pockets? Short range taser. For quick, non-lethal crowd control? What? Oh, there's also the hiring level up. That would be really useful. More paints. Hell yeah, dude. Park size. Oh, no. Chat, how big have we made the park? All right, we'll do this because then we can get resort pools after this. Poster marketing. Ooh. Ooh, that is even better. Okay. Oh. Fuck. Okay, I already know one thing I'm gonna do. Let's do this real quick. Let's do this. We're gonna... Trying to... Okay. We're gonna need more trash cans. Just to guarantee stuff gets cleaned. Good lord, dude. Good lord. And then we're gonna put dumpster over here. Okay. So did we get to keep the cars? I was thinking the same thing. Why do we have to destroy the cars? Destroy building? Did the cars come with the lot? I guess they did. New York? Mop? Oh my god. Okay, to clean that stuff off, we have to have the mop. Jesus, dude. Okay, so now it says we don't have enough decorations, it seems. At least I think that's what it's saying. All right. Should we make a section have a different color tile? Actually, hold on. We did just unlock a bunch of other colors. We'll see what it does in just a second. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this right there. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna put anything over here until we It was just so decorated that they need to expand to lose it? Yeah, apparently. Thing is, let's see what upgrades or what decorations we unlocked, and maybe we can throw some in here for now. Or if we unlock the like really dark red tiles. I'm kind of hoping we unlock the dark red tiles. Oh my god, there's so much shit here. We're also gonna save after we clean up everything and before we start tiling. Oh, we did get 4 more, which may mean that we can get more. But I want to unlock resort pools. I want to unlock resort pools next is like my goal. All right, let's put all of these in place. And we'll adjust them later as need be. Why am I swinging at that one? That one's already done. I'm an idiot. Mop markings? Okay. This is a T-shaped parking lot, like, marker. That's so goofy. Okay. All right. I think we can go get our flooring thing and see if we have new colors. Please give me the dark red. Please give me the dark red. Please give me the dark red. Ooh, okay. The really dark red or this like just kind of deeper crimson? Oh my god, we also have hexagon tiles now. Oh, we missed a crosswalk, you're right. Gentrified by a bunch of water slides? It is kind of funny. Ooh. Okay, what do we think? Do we like it? Oh, here, we'll do a oh, wrong thing. We'll do a comparative. Yeah, but do we want the crimson or do we want like the burgundy? Hi, Sai. How are you doing? What do we think? Vote for crimson? Vote for crimson? I kind of like the crimson too, but I wanted y'all's opinion. There's a grass option right there. I can't tell what that one is. Dark? You like the really dark one? This like burgundy-ish. Will crimson burn feet? Crimson? I think there's more for crimson. All right, we'll do crimson. And if we come across anything that needs to be like cleaned up, then we'll take care of that. Again, I'm glad these are, even when you get like upgraded versions, they're still only $5 per tile. But these areas that we're unlocking are getting like progressively larger. Crimson or burgundy? Crimson. Crimson's definitely a better word. And over time, we'll work on retiling the rest of the place. with the actual color of red that I like, as opposed to that almost like... Okay. Hi Saints, how are you doing? All Saints Kill. That is a good name. That is a good name. Oh, we missed one. I knew we were gonna miss one. Okay, yeah, we only have $600 left. It would have bothered me if it wasn't at least square-ish. Okay. And that one's all green. Wait, which one's all green? Okay, I think we're good. The round needs square? I need the square. Listen, it's fine. All right, so we want to get 6. All right, I think we're good. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Kami, I need you to tell me I can leave the lookouts. Oh, there's trash right there. Also, I see your broken marks. Again, I want to get the next upgrade of slides and pools because I hate these inflatable ones. All right, we gotta go hand out 20 flyers. Hold on a second. Oh, I totally whiffed that one. Okay. All right, we'll go hand out 9 right now. Okay. Oh, I can't go any further. Listen, I'm fine with them yawning edit as long as it counts towards... Oh, dry cleaning. As long as it counts towards the, What the hell? Gnomes? Oh, god damn it. Daniela, you can't even be considerate enough while I'm... Oh, shit. I see all you smelly bitches out there. Coming to my water park stinking like ass. You better not shit in the pool. You did shit in the pool! God damn it. I double jumped by accident. It's drowning. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh, shit. Mishmades. Just the mishmades. Need ice. Anybody else behind you? No. Okay. Airdropped a pool dookie? Yeah, apparently. Alright, I need to go find... water gun. Another one. Also, there's people in line and Cohen's gone. 4 hours. Slide pass. Gigan. 6 hours. Senior slide pass. Ella. 6 hours. Teen slide pass. Somebody's fucking drowning again? How could you? I have flyers to hand out still. And somebody else is drowning? Seriously, come on. Okay. All right, somebody's stuck on the slide, which you know what that means. Damn it, I double jumped again. And you smell? Get out of my fucking pool. What is up with all you stinky bitches? Where's the other one? And you had the audacity to start drowning? Stupid. Oh, tickets. Adult, 4 hours, no slide pass. Linda, adult, 6 hours, slide pass. Yes, slide pass. Okay. Another stinky motherfucker. Why are you sparkling like that? 6 adults. Free research points. Don't mind if I do. You. Oh my god. People. Okay, we definitely need to get a... The hiring upgrade is feeling really important right now. We have way too many fucking puddles. $11? Man. What did you think was gonna happen, buddy? Jesus. Alright, we're also out of snacks on one of the vending machines, if not both of them. God, the cleanliness, dude. The cleanliness is falling. Ice, okay.
Yeah.
Ice and lemon, okay. Ice, okay. Ah! Fucking pool. I'll keep drop kicking y'all. I don't care. Gimme. You need more? There's some over here. Oh my god, y'all are the worst. Come on, Greta, hurry up. Plane, good. Alright, I need to go get a bunch of fucking supplies, including hot dogs, lemons.
Welcome to King.
Okay. And there's 2 motherfuckers stuck on the slide. Are you serious? Okay. Did I say slide earlier? I did not mean slide. Get in the pool. I'm coming in with ya. All right, what was this? Oh, hello. These are new. I keep accidentally double tapping spacebar. Fucking water. Who's peeing in the mother? Who's pissing in the pool? God damn it. God, why does it suddenly feel like there's so much shit happening? Hot dogs. Alright, we need to go get... Oh my god, move.
Welcome to King.
Not bleach, you. We need 2 of you. Okay. I hope at some point we get like other automated stuff. Okay. Oh my god, the number of fucking flyers I sent out may not have been worth it for just the sheer number of people that was in here. Who's panicking on the diving board? Okay, this pool is dookier, which means... Okay. Let's go get some bleach.
Welcome to King.
Okay. Jesus, dude. Jesus! Alright, we're gonna do as much of these as we can because all the research points. Oh, Jesus. And then we'll go see what we can get. What new shit we can get. Who vomited at the back of the slide? Oh my god. You did it? Why did you do it? I throwed up. I throwed up. Oh, okay, this one's also dookie. I mean, if I do. Ugh, Jesus. Okay, let's go get... Okay. Is that just giving me like a chunk of experience? Good lord. All right, bleach.
Welcome to Kmart.
Ugh. It didn't help. It didn't help. Oh, wait. Okay, it's fading away. Okay. I was like, oh, it's not doing anything. Oh, no. Is it that bad? Did I let it get that bad? Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, we got a new research point for that one. Nice. All right, let's see. What can we get? I want the resort slides, which we have 11. So, actually, we can get the pools, then we can get this, and the next time we'll be able to get the resort slides. Wait, did that say power throw? Power throw! Increase how far and hard you can throw objects? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, what else were the other ones that we got? Vendor. Oh, a drink vending machine. Ooh. The bad experience with the fish when I was a tot involving pin bones in my throat. Ooh, yeah, that'll do it. Baseball bats. That's gonna be fun. And then 6 for the hiring upgrade. All right, let's see these pools. Oh, hey, a lifeguard chair. Ooh. And a new high dive. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, okay. Okay, how much are these pools each? 2,000 each. I have an idea. Be gone! All right. We'll do... How big are you? Pretty big. The way that it slants is kind of funny. We put you in the middle. We could potentially put a bunch of different slides around it. Methinks. Yeah, we'll put you there. And then how big are you? Decent sized show. Flip you around the other direction. Rotate, damn you. And that one's gonna go there. And we're gonna build these basically to increase capacity for now. And then next time we have the wooden sides. Oh my. Okay. All right. We need to do colors. It's colors time. Paintbrush. Primary color, black. Secondary color, dark red. Other one, this gold. This bright yellow. Now that's a German flag. No, listen. I hate it. Hold on. That's what we're going with. That's what we're going with. Now that's what I call Deutsch. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Now we have 40 plus capacity. And I still have 11 flyers to go. You painted the business into the pool. No, the fuck I didn't. How dare you insinuate such? Oh, we need to let this one fill up with water because they're still going to try to jump into the pool. I know they are. And then we'll be able to get larger slides next time, I think. I'm pretty sure. All right. All right. Hit the button. Give me the flyers. I'm just gonna go balls to the wall and we're gonna print off 12. Oh wait, I think I can only carry 9 at a time. All right, anybody not coming here? You. Where are you going? You're going the wrong direction. That's not the way to the water park. Okay. I'm about to just absolutely inundate poor Cohen. Woo! You missed. Hello? Hello? Wait, what are they doing? Okay, they're still just standing there. I was looking at the gnomes. Oh my god. You, where are you going? No, come back! Ah! No, I saw the bonus things on him. Damn it. Wait, did I lose? Oh my god, I lost my flyers. What? All right, that's enough. Okay, I can't interact with Alani for some reason. Sorry. More unique quests. Troublesome guests before, but now you get unusual guests is the problem. Some of them might actually help you out. Keep your eyes open. You never know what kind of surprise. Okay. Again, I think these warnings that they're trying to like give you are like much too late. I saw you just pop outside. Fine, so be it. We don't need any more flyers. All right, we need to go clean shit up. I see yo ass. Bitch. Checking here for graffiti because I already see graffiti here. Lawyer up? Really? Hi, dipshit idiot. How are you doing? Okay. Although I do think the graduation hat is very funny. Okay. Hello. Don't mind if I do. Hold on a second. Oh. Whoa. Back out. Here we are moving roughly here, methinks. Where is the... There it is. I'm gonna go ahead and put this over here because we're gonna need it. And we'll put a diving board. Why not? I suppose. Wink. All right. Okay, thank you, Sunstar. All right, all right. What do you want, Bethany? Mustard?
Yeah.
Nothing else? Nothing else? And somebody immediately shows up for lemonade. Okay. Okay. And Brittany wants another hot dog. Brittany? How many hot dogs you gonna eat, baby? All right, we need to go get more hot dogs. You, chuckle fuck. 80 meowers? You better not start a meow train. You better not start. Oh, shit. I double bounced. Get up. Hot dogs. That's what we were going to get.
Welcome to Kmart.
Also, Cohen is not checking people in. Oh, now he is. Thank you, Cohen. Who's drowning? All right, hold on. Wait, are you a cheater? Go on, get out of the pool. You're not wearing a wristband, bitch. I should have let you drown. Excuse me, coming through. Bitch. Okay. Oh my god. Hi, Maddox. Oh my god, the trash, dude. Drowning again? Oh, we've got so many stinky people. Oh my god, who's spraying? Whiffed. Alright, we gotta go clean that. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Alright. Ticket, 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 ticket. Team, 8 hours. Slide pass. Okay, there was only one. That's fine. That works for me. Get up. Oh my god. Team, 8 hours. Slide pass. Same one. Okay. Olive, get in here. Senior, 6 hours. Slide pass. Okay. Stop drowning. Oh my god, all the trash, dude. Oh my god, how is this so... Okay, it wasn't. It was just that it was on black. Okay. That it just looked far dirtier than it was. Oh my god. Oh my god, another one? God, yeah, we need to get these more employees, like, really badly. Okay, we need to go get more lemons. Lemons. Somebody's drowning again. Oh my god. I missed. Where did I... Oh, I fucking globbed that bitch. Damn. Okay. Have a good night, Ordain. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my god, I am. Oh, it is. We are schmoving. Okay. I'm working on it. I'm working on restocking. Hot dog plain. Okay. There's more vomits. Dude, should I get a janitor? I feel like I was gonna get like one of the attendants. Who's drowning? I need to upgrade this trash can at some point. Oh, it specifically wants me to get the next loungers, but I think I'm gonna get the employee next. 30 minutes, okay. Okay. Oh, you can slide on it. And somebody's panicking on my diving board. You, come here, Chucklefuck. Anyway. Yes, yes, yes. Cry harder, cry harder. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh my God, all the trash, dude. All the trash. Okay. Can I get a snooze on the ad break? Okay, cleanup time, cleanup time. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I see the dink donk. Never mind. It's fine. I was too busy panicking around. You're right. It's currently in progress. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, it's gotta be close to getting to ad break. It is. It's close to ad break. In fact, yeah, lost iPad time. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're speeding around here, okay? You made it. Hell yeah, Carrie. Oh, that also means you missed the news earlier, Carrie. Did you see the new schedule for this week? The iPad's stuck in the pool filter? It is. That is exactly where it is. All right. I see the damage on you. And I see that graffiti. Wait, what surgery are you getting? Carrie? All right. All right. Where is it? Hiring level up. And then we need attractions. No, we're short by 1. Damn it. Quick try. You know what? That sounds really nice. Or we haven't even got a vendor employee yet. New trash bins? Hmm. Why do I have to get the taser before I can get new toilets? What do you mean you got hit by a fucking helicopter? Okay, well at least that sounds like a good surgery for you. At least that'll fix a problem. I'm gonna get quick dry. We're gonna get quick dry on that one. And recovery speed. Ooh. Okay. Wait, what was the... It wanted me to get resort loungers. Where is resort loungers? Oh, it's over here. Okay, so we have to get all of these first. Let's do something else real quick. Where is it? Oh, let's clean you away. And then you... We need to fix some stuff. Let's do... Yeah, we're doing that. Okay. Oh, it's paint roller. Okay. It does bother me ever so slightly that, like, the pathway is not a exact square. See, there's like this overhang over here, so I can't like make like a designated walk area. Annoying. Annoying. Okay. Hit wasn't the worst part of my day yesterday either. What? Carrie, how do you keep doing these things? And then... Hey, we got brick? Okay. Yeah, we'll do the brick. Ah, this'll do. All right. Okay, it doesn't cover this edge. That's fine. Yan, yan, yan. Oh God, I hate it. Oh wait, I hate it. Oh no. I wish the bricks were bigger. I wish the shapes for the bricks were a little bigger. Damn it. Carrie is the cryptid. If you don't know anything about Carrie, just leave it that way. You don't need to understand Carrie. All right, did we unlock anything else? Right? I don't think so. A tiki totem. Don't mind if I do. You know what? Actually, let's do it this way. Oh no, we missed a corner. Shit. Oh, we have new umbrellas though. Fences. Oh. Good to know. Okay. Gotta sneak in some decorations here and there. Okay. And of course, later on we'll do... Actually, we're about to get upgraded loungers after the next day, so let's not add in any loungers just yet. All right, let's go build all these because Sunstar is not doing his job. You missed... Oh, I did? Let me see. Wait, which part? The helicopter, middle of the... Windy as fuck, noise-canceling headphones, got bumped by the tail when it was landing. Well, you idiots! Carrie! Seriously? You really should not be wearing noise-canceling headphones while on the helipad. You are quite literally asking for death. Okay. Okay. The most recent long message? Okay, hold on. Got a flu shot, got spooked, clenched my arm so hard I snapped. What? Carrie! What do you mean you got spooked? Also, that's going to be it for this game today. I'm going to spend some time after stream or some off time until we play this on stream again to redecorate everything. That is what I am going to spend some little extra time off stream doing so that we can rehash like the whole park. But let's put this away and we will see who is live. Sai's live. We'll go see what Sai's doing. Oh, what the hell? Twitch? Other arm when they stumbled while you were getting a flu shot? That just sounds like chronic stupidity in like the entire environment of wherever you were getting this. That's new. Of course it fucking is. All right. That's going to be it for today, guys. I will see you tomorrow. We're going to be playing VTM Bloodlines the next 2 days. Today may not have been the best day like it was yesterday, but we will see what happens tomorrow. Till then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. And I will see you pretty much every day this week because now I have free time and I kind of want to see how much we can get before the move. So, you know, every day is important at this point, especially since we're playing Bloodlines and I'm really enjoying it. But until then, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Go spend some time with Sai. I will see you later.